Yeah, we can do that.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you here to this joint work session regarding the James Brown Arena progress. At this time, I'll turn it over to our able administrator, and he'll take it from there.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Commissioner. Again, always thank you, Commission, for joining us today. Today is really an exciting day because you get an update on one of the most important and probably transformative projects in Augusta's recent history. And so today, our partners from the Coliseum Authority will just be providing a status update and providing some key insights regarding our progress as we move forward to the November referendum, as well as answering any questions that you might have related to the overall project. And so I've had an opportunity to be briefed by the team, and I think they have some exciting news and some quality updates. And so with that, I believe that the Chair of the Coliseum Authority, Mr. Cedric Johnson, is going to open up and begin the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
That's
steal,
right,
I'm
New
gonna
Arena
steal
Committee.
Cedric's thunder here real
That's
quick.
right. That's right.
But, good morning, and thank you for your time. On behalf of the Coliseum Authority and the New Arena Committee, we just want to thank you for your time today. We also want to thank the mayor, the commission, administrator for all y'all's help through this process. It's been a long process, and we really appreciate all the support you guys have given us. Throughout this process, we've tried to give you updates on milestones, and today is the big one as we lead up to the vote. And this project is the largest project in the history of the city of Augusta, and we have one chance to get it right. And the Coliseum Authority is committed to we will get it right. And with that said, I'd like to introduce Coliseum Authority Chairman Cedric Johnson.
Right, thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. I can tell you how excited I am to be before you today on behalf of the Coliseum Authority. Again, we want to thank you very much for allowing us to provide this update on the new James Brown Arena. We have less than 35 days before the most important thing happens is the vote on the referendum. And so we want to provide you with information now that you can give out to your constituents, and we want to also offer ourselves that if any of you have any town hall meetings, any community meetings, please let us know. We have found out that educating people is the best policy in making things happen. Kind of tell you where we are today. Since the commission authorized the issuance of the $15 million in bonds in July, we have moved forward to evolve the design development documents. These documents will allow us to give a more accurate construction budget for the final documents that will be available around October, the mid of October of 2021. The construction budget continues to be refined with the benefit of the design documents. We hope to have the final construction numbers by the end of October. If you remember, when we have met before you, when we initially met before you, we told you that our construction budget would be approximately $228 million. I'm pleased to say that that estimate has not gone up. I'm also pleased to let you know that within that budget, we have included a partial or half rooftop ballroom and terrace. And we feel like those additions will really set this arena apart from other structures and other arenas in this area. When we talk about the construction budget, we're talking about a turnkey product, which will include the demolition and building of the new arena, the ballroom and terrace, as well as renovations to the Bell. In addition, the construction costs $210 million for the brick and mortar will also include all the necessary F&E, state-of-the-art audio and video equipment, as well as architectural, engineering, and consulting fees. Within the construction budget, we also have contingencies, because if y'all have gone to the grocery store or bought anything, y'all know that prices are continuing to rise. And it's very hard to get things in, so we put contingencies in to try to allow for those fluctuations in the economy. In the very near future, we will be asking the commission to approve a MOU between Augusta and the Coliseum Authority. And this MOU will address creating a new committee for the selection of the contractor. And we're asking you to approve having the city administrator as part of this committee, along with the chairman of the New Arena Committee, the vice chairman of the committee, who's Darren Smith, and also myself as chairman of the Coliseum Authority. This committee will develop the RFP, the RFQ, to evaluate the responses of those people who apply for the job. While the authority will be responsible for the construction of the project and would thus make the reward to the winner of the contract at a guaranteed maximum price. We will use procurement processes that Augusta uses. We also find it very important to look at the DBE requirements. And I want to stop right there and mention something to you that we're very proud of. Currently, we've spent roughly $16 million in the project. Our DBE and local participation is right at approximately 32%, which is equivalent to roughly about $5 million in local DBE participation. We had a goal of 25%, but we have always strived to do better. And we're looking at being able to continue to stay along that 32% threshold and making sure we find qualified, small, women-owned DBE businesses and local businesses to help us complete this project. Following the approval of the MOU and the referendum, we also will submit an intergovernmental agreement for your approval. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this is very important. The intergovernmental agreement will give the framework of how the bond proceeds will be handled. And what we're recommending as an authority is that we do something similar to the way it is handled with SPLOST dollars. The way that's handled is that the city will basically hold the funds. We'll have an account, and just like we do with the SPLOST dollars, as we have invoices and those type things, we will be reimbursed back into our account those funds that the city allocates, those invoices that the city allocates. And we think that's important for transparency. We think that's important to have that layer for you as commissioners to know that you do have a say-so and a stake in what's being done. In order to proceed with the construction, we will need to have some assurances of the capitalization of some interest. because once the referendum passes, again, that bond debt is going to be out there. And we're going to have to pay interest, we know, for about 18 months. If we didn't do that, then we would probably have to defer construction because what we're collecting would not be sufficient to start today. While I've been talking mostly about the construction budget, it is only a part of the bulk of the project budget. The project budget includes the construction budget as well as capitalized interest and the cost of the issuance related to the issuance of the bonds. In order to begin the construction, we have to make sure that those dollars are accounted for. As determined by the construction project budget, probably the most efficient way of question is what will it cost the citizens? I know that's what everybody has wanted to know. Currently, the annual debt service is estimated at $14,480,000. In this calculation, Augusta's financial advisor, they've used very conservative interest rates. We would believe it would be better to overestimate the cost than to underestimate the cost. The hope is that the financial market will continue as they have done today, and the debt service number will be significantly lower. Based on the current digest, the value of a mill, the millage rate for debt service would be 2.7887 mills. The impact on a homeowner with a house valued at $100,000 would be $97.60 for a year, for 1 year. That's a little bit more than $8 a month. Future increases or decreases in the overall taxable digest will impact the value of a mill and thus the impact of the $100,000 home. With the digest and the mill rates potentially fluctuating on an annual basis, we can only provide an estimate of the future based on current variables. Hopefully the digest will continue to grow, and as a result, decrease the impact on property owners. Individuals who receive enhanced homestead exemptions will also receive the same exemptions they did with the Coliseum mill is collected. From a budgetary perspective, the referendum authorizes the city of Augusta to levy a mill rate sufficient to pay the annual debt service to the tax cap. This is not a separate mill, and the funds to pay the debt service does not come from the general fund. The Coliseum, in concert with Augusta staff, is investigating sources to hopefully reduce the amount of bonds to be issued and to identify other sources of revenues as needed to be raised to help aid the ad valorem tax. We will continue to make sure that the commissioners are aware of any ideas that we may have coming up, even after the bond issuance. Currently, the authority is working with a consultant out of Washington, D.C. to obtain a $5 million grant. If we're successful, the grant application, these funds will fund a portion of the street improvement associated with the projects. If the funds are received before February of 2022, the grant amount will be used to reduce the amount of bonds needed to fund the project. We are hopeful as an integral part of the entertainment district of Augusta that there will be a demand for naming rights. If you've kept up with the paper, you can see that the new arena in Savannah made a significant stride in getting funding for the naming rights of that arena. We hope to do something similar. Savannah market is a little bit different, so we are working hard right now to find out exactly where we come in and who that sponsor will be. Also, the authority has identified a consultant to assist in obtaining an allocation of new market tax credits and historic tax credits. And we're now looking at an engagement letter with her for her services. If these allocations are obtained, it could generate between $1 million and $6 million to be used for the project. And that also would be used to reduce the general amount of the bonds. Further options that we have looked at and that the commission can also look at, because again, we want to make sure as much as possible that we can lower the bond debt to lower the tax on the citizens of Augusta Richmond County. One of the thoughts would be too, as commissioners, as y'all so generously did this year, y'all put $25 million aside to help us to keep going. With continuous SPLOST, 25 or whatever y'all deem necessary could be used, and it will go straight to reducing the bond debt. In summary, the ad valorem tax is the ultimate backstop for paying the debt service. The mosaic or other potential sources of funding and revenue will continually be refined and looked at to fully satisfy the bond debt. That is our goal, to look at all the options and all the ways we can to reduce the burden on property owners. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very excited today. We appreciate the work of this commission. We appreciate what y'all have done to help us to get to where we are today. And the thing I want to say is that if you have any question, because there's so much misinformation that gets out, please come to us. That's why we try to have these meetings when we have milestones and we have requests from y'all, so that y'all will hear it first. I learned a long time ago, you let your partner know before they read it in the newspaper. And that way they can say, I know, I already knew that. So I hope we've provided the information that you need about the funding, the total cost of the bond. Right now we're looking at 235 million, which is less than the 240 million that we had initially thought. If we can lower that any more within the interim, we will do everything in our power to try to do that. As some of the things I mentioned about the tax credits and the consultants, and those dollars come in before February, they will go to the bottom line of reducing that debt. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any questions.
Commissioner Frynham?
Yeah, my questions are not totally, they just need to be answered, frankly. I'm kind of, so just for clarity, $99.60 a year on 100K, is that correct? $99.60, is that what you stated?
97.
97, I'm sorry, 97. Okay. So the partnership y'all now have with Oakview, is that correct? A deal or?
Well, we don't have a deal with Oakview.
Okay.
I think to speak on that, Oakview is, I think, in the process of merging or with Spectra.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
we don't have a deal with them at this time.
Okay. So I guess I've been asked about hockey a lot over the past 3 months. And I guess my question is, number one is, did we do a study around whether hockey was viable in this community when we were going through the discussion of this?
Well, Sean, we've been in contact with the Hockey League, and I'm proud to say we've talked to them. And what we've asked them to do a study with a reputable company to determine if it is viable.
Okay. And I guess my concern is that, you know, when a partnership eventually, I guess, is going to happen, that I know they're big proponents of hockey, and is there going to be an increased cost if they come in and say, you know, we want to do this because we see what's happening in Savannah, or we see what's happening in other markets. And I just want to make sure that we're having those discussions before, I guess, it's too late in the game. I know there's been multiple discussions, but it seems like we can't come to like whether it's still viable, not viable. Is there still discussions? Is there not discussions? And frankly, I just wanted to make sure we have that conversation publicly right here. I want to state it on the record before we go and vote and before we get even farther down the road, frankly.
And what I will actually let you do, Sean, I'm going to bring Mr. Brantley up, because he has been in contact with them as our agent, and he can give you
Yeah,
more
and
detailed
that'd be
information.
awesome. And I appreciate it, because again, when you hear some of the numbers of what Savannah's doing, and from and I know there's good and bad on having hockey as a tenant. I get it, because it takes certain dates, and if they're not playing on Saturdays, you don't want to take weekends. I get it, but I feel like still we owe it to the community to make sure we have that conversation of such a big investment. Hey, Mr. Brantley, how are you?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have had conversations with ECHL Hockey, as well as a potential ownership group, as well as the local support group regarding minor league hockey. Our last conversation with those guys was that they wanted to, we asked them to go ahead and to prepare a market analysis based on the potential efficacy of hockey in Augusta. They agreed to do that, so I gave them the name of the person that did our market analysis. You're welcome to use that person or anybody else. So to answer your initial question was that, yes, the initial study did address hockey, but they want to drill down on more level of specificity regarding if minor league hockey can work. So we're thinking that's going to take about 30, 60 days to get that done once they get them under contract, and we'll see where we are at that point.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. I'm excited about the idea of having a new arena. A long time coming. I think our major focus, first and foremost, will be getting this good information that you've provided so that we can help articulate to our constituents, because a vote will be coming up real soon, and that's the first and foremost, getting to the voting piece of this and helping to allow our constituents to have an understanding. But there was, in addition to the hockey, was there any other minor league sporting entities entertained for the purposes of this arena, or?
Yeah, we look at all the major sports. The market analysis did, and regarding an anchor tenant, and also the viability of having tournaments here. So the original report did look at that, and I think we identified perhaps 30 or so sports-related events that would be able to come to this market.
Fantastic. I wanted to make sure we brought that out. And then I heard something from Mr. Johnson in reference to naming rights, potentially having other names on the arena. Now, just for clarity, this does not preclude the name James Brown being on the arena, does it?
No, it doesn't. Part of our market analysis as well identified how iconic and legendary names can coexist with corporate brands. There's a national precedence for that. We don't intend for the James Brown name to go away, but if there's a market for shared naming rights, then we'll look at that as well.
Okay, very good. And I just want to make sure that we are clear on the cost as it stands today. So we're we're approximately at 235, so it's even less than the 240 that we talked about initially, which is good. If it continue going down, that would be great as well, as long as the quality don't go down. That's important. But $100,000 home, $97.60 a year, a little over $8 a month. That's important to note. $100,000 home, $97.60 a year, and just a little over $8 a month to bring in a world-class arena for the size of our city. Just in my personal opinion, I think that's a great deal. And I think for those of us that need to get more information, I would encourage us to do so, because at the end of the day, we'll be the ambassadors to our citizens to try to help move this forward and get that message out there. Because November, I don't even know what the second is, right around the corner. So all of this becomes a moot point if if it does not move forward. And so I think that that's important to note. So we've got to, if we're not behind it yet, we've got to get some clarity. I would encourage us to do so. And so if we can get behind it, we can also articulate at our various meetings that we have, because I know various commissioners have various meetings or calling posts and so forth that will help assist in this process. So I definitely appreciate your presentation, and Mr. Brantley, and also Mr. Johnson. And for those who are here in support or even against it, I would say get the information and understand where we're at now. The last question that I would have, because there's been a lot of questions asked about ADA compliance and understanding our current arena is not ideally suited from an ADA standpoint. Can someone address that, please?
Yeah, I mean, initially, that's one of the reasons we deemed the existing James Brown to be functionally obsolete, because of some of those ADA challenges, in addition to other issues that happens when you have a building that's as long in the tooth as the existing James Brown Arena is. It would cost about 80% of our construction budget to renovate it, as opposed to build new. So, and you'll still be, stuck with a building that's 30+ years old and still has challenges. So it made more sense for us to demolish that to address the ADA issues. And I can assure you that we won't have that for the new facility. It will be ADA as well as code compliant.
I think that's extremely important in this whole process, and to understand that potentially 80% to try to renovate and get it right for our existing, from an economical standpoint, really does not make sense. And I know the artist that would come is looking for a more up-to-date venue that will allow a better standard of performers to come as well. So I appreciate you clarifying and also bringing up these points that are important as we contemplate where we are individually and collectively on this project. So once again, I thank you for your presentation.
Are there any other questions from the commission? Mr. Donald, is there any addition? It appears that we're concluded for the day. Thank you very much for your presentations. And that's the end. Everybody have a great day in the great city of Augusta.
Again, commissioners, I just want to thank you again so much for your time, for the opportunity to be here. And again, we're transparent. So if you have any questions, please come to us. Again, thank you all so much.
Commissioner Mason, you had something? Could we go home? Is that what you? No, I didn't say go home. But thank you very much for coming out today.
Yeah, y'all thank you for coming out.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending litigation, real estate, and personnel.
Second.
Anytime you're ready. All right, we're voting. All right.
The motion carries with Mr. Garrett and the mayor absent.
Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, it's kind of really hard to hear when people speak from over here. Oh, I'll bring it down.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay.
Testing, testing, testing. Is that better from this morning? It is. Because this morning it was like really low. It sounds better. I turned the mic like this. Huh? Okay. So, yeah. Hopefully that works. Okay, great. Done.
So what are we giving them? 6? No, they're getting 5. No, we're getting 12. What are the 4 people? 4 people getting 12 chickens. And the other
Mr. Mayor, we just need a motion to approve the affidavit, and then Attorney Brown has one other matter.
All right, need a motion to approve the affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we need to vote on Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, voting.
Go ahead. That motion carries with the mayor and Mr. Garrett out.
All right.
And
Can
we
someone
have-
remove Sammy Si's name?
It keeps jumping back on there.
Because that's definitely not
Yes,
me.
sir.
Move. I guess they'll get to it. All right, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Commissioners, we request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims of Candace Higdon as a claimant in the aggregate amount of $60,000 payable as follows to Candace Higdon and the Hawk Law Firm as her attorney. Further authorizing the administrator to disperse the amount of $60,000 waiving Augusta, Georgia Code and ordinances, sections in conflict therewith, in this instance only and for other purposes.
Second.
Was that Mr. Sun and Ms. McKnight? Okay.
Voting.
Need to sign for it?
Go ahead. That motion carries with the mayor and Mr. Garrett out.
There are no further motions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
There are no further motions.
All right.
All right.
Anything else, Ms. Bonner?
No, sir.
All right.
All right.
This meeting's adjourned, sir.
Meeting's adjourned. Public service.
Tell me when you're ready, Miss Bonner.
Yes, sir.
You ready?
Get the affidavit. Got affidavit.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, before you leave, we have one other document we need you to
Okay.
sign. Yes, sir.
Miss Bonner, I'd like to call public services to order, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have one addition, if my colleagues would consent to, and that's discuss the Augusta Swim League and Parks and Rec contract.
And we have one other one.
Okay?
Okay, let me.
Without objection on that one?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay. Is this one the agenda
She's
item?
putting it on the screen. It's a one-sheeter. I'm gonna just put it on the screen there.
Okay. This one we're going to move to the next committee cycle. Is that correct, Commissioner? All right. So you can just take it off the screen because we're not going to talk about it today. They are not in the building. So we will discuss that one at the next committee cycle, if you mind.
And so yours will be to discuss the Augusta Swim
League and Parks and Rec contract.
contract. Okay.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bonner. I guess we'll just go top down. Let's see which we can. I'm sorry. Can I get a motion to consent agenda items 1 and 5? That's a motion and a second. Please vote on agenda items 1 and 5. I know you want to read them into the record. I'm sorry.
That motion carries unanimously.
Do you want to read those into the record?
Beg your pardon?
Do you want to read agenda items 1 and do we need to?
No, sir.
Okay, we're good. All right. Agenda item 2. Agenda item number 2, please.
Ms. Walton?
afternoon. First item is a new location, alcohol number 21-31. It's a request by Kiera Johnson for a consumption on-premise beer and wine license to be used in connection with Events on Broad restaurant located at 716 Broad Street. There will be Sunday sales. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition? This license has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Ms. Johnson, you need to come forward.
Ms. Johnson, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. My name is Kiera Johnson.
And your address?
Oh, the address is going to be 716 Broad Street, Augusta.
What is your home address?
Okay. 1020 Finkland Road, Beach Island, South Carolina, 29842.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a motion and a second? Voting?
Okay, we're gonna.
What now?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Leave it on.
Okay. That was Mr. Johnson and Mr. Clark.
Second.
And Mr. Mason, okay. That motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 3, please.
The next item is new location, alcohol number 21-32. It's a request by Maninder Singh for a retail packaged beer and wine license, liquor beer and wine license to be used in connection with Liquor Stop located at 4003 Harper Franklin Avenue. This application has been approved by the Sheriff Department and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
My name is Maninder Singh, address 156 Millstone Lane, North Augusta, South Carolina.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second?
Can I ask a question first,
Sure.
please?
Commissioner Clark.
Yes, can I ask exactly where this will be located? I don't exactly know 4003 Harper Franklin. Is it in or near that strip mall?
Yes, sir. Is behind that Zaxby is a shopping center or, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Voting?
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 4, please.
Item number 4 is a motion to approve a contract with E.R. Snell and receive staff recommendation of award to the Phase 4 of the Air Carrier and General Aviation Apron Rehabilitation Project in the amount of $1,064,648.50.
Okay. Who can speak to this agenda item? Or do we have any questions, colleagues, or? I'm not real sure what it is.
It's an airport. Okay, he's here. Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Wieger. I'm the Director of Operations. Mr. Judon is on the road today.
Okay.
Traveling.
Okay.
He asked me if I would fill in for him.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about this.
This is we're blessed. We've got 100% funding for this project. This is Phase 4 ramp. Over the last several years, you've approved 3 other phases. This will complement the final phasing of our ramp project. It is 100% funded, and the contractor is out of Snellville. Matter of fact, I was on the phone with him today. He's excited, waiting for the executed contract, and then we're ready to proceed with a pre-construction meeting and get started on the project.
Any questions? Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. I'm sure you're in agenda item number 6 too, it seems like.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 6, please.
Item number 6 is to approve a contract with Reeves Construction, award for taxiway E1, E2, and E3 rehabilitation project to Reeves Construction in the amount of $1,756,443.91.
Okay.
We're blessed with our GDOT friends. Last year, they said if we could get plans and specs put together and get them bid out here by July of this year, they would fund 75% of this project. It happened. We had good teamwork with GDOT and our consultants and then staff. So we'd like to proceed forward with this contract with Reeves. This is taxiway, again, this is the parallel taxiway to 826 that was recently done, and sub-taxiways Echo 1, Echo 2, Echo 3.
Any questions from the colleagues? Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Okay.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all you're doing. Agenda item number 7, please. Or the additional.
Discuss contract with the Augusta Swim League and Augusta Recreation Department.
Thank you. Before we get started, I just thought it was important that we have a public conversation about this as things got sent to media, discussed in media, and I think it's important that our directors have a chance to kind of give their side, set the record straight, all of that. So first I want to hear from Director McDowell. Or do you want to go to you first?
Well, yeah. I mean,
okay,
I'll just
Administrator, go ahead. I'll go.
Yeah,
you.
I'll just chime in and just say that one, really excited about all of the work that is taking place at the Aquatic Center. I think under the guidance of the commission, you have committed to having world-class swimming and improving our facilities in real time. So in less than 3 weeks, it's actually been, I think, almost 3 weeks to the day, the Parks and Recreation Department has almost transformed that facility to bring it up to par, although there has been over a decade of issues there. And so tomorrow we'll be providing that sneak peek to the commission to really, look at the fruits of your labor. And so just want to make sure that we highlight that. And we are very excited about the partnership with ASL. And it looks like there was just some miscommunication that was put out into the public, because we have resolved any spacing issues, and Director McDowell is prepared to go into detail about that.
Oh, appreciate that. Director McDowell.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. As most, if not all, have been made aware, me as a director have a responsibility to make sure that we provide aquatic opportunities for all of Richmond County, but also those in the CSRA. Our facility is one of probably I'll say the only aquatic facility outside of the Kroc Center and YCMA that has the capacity to offer swimming and that aquatic component to the CSRA. So each year we have about 11 schools, 7 from Richmond County and 4 from Columbia County that utilize our space to do their practices as well as have their meets in terms of their swimming competitions. We only have 18 spaces, as you guys are well aware, at the Aquatic Center. And so through contract negotiation with ASL, we've afforded them 13 lane spaces, and then 2 are committed to the general public for swimming for all our paying members, which reduces us down to 3 lanes to accommodate 11 other users of that facility. So we approached ASL with the pre-pandemic schedule that they've always operated under in concert with these other user groups to try to fit all of them into this small space that would accommodate all. And of course, ASL is not willing to accommodate that. So my staff and myself, we're working behind the scenes diligently to meet with the coaches, with Richmond County as well as Columbia County, to see if we sort this out. We know our responsibility and our obligation with ASL. But we're at this point at a critical juncture where we have to make a decision as to move forward with ASL, continue to have those 13 spaces as outlined, and cancel pretty much the season for these other groups. We had toyed around the idea of not necessarily allowing the Columbia County schools to be participant this year, just so we could kind of provide adequate space, and particularly for our Richmond County students. But what I've learned is if you eliminate Columbia County, then you eliminate the competition. And so you can have practice time, but you won't have anybody to compete against. So it's almost like a hand in glove type situation. You almost got to have Columbia County students to participate as well as Richmond County in order to have a season, because that's primarily where you pull some of your meet conductors in terms of scorekeepers and all those sorts of things. So what we're doing now is continue to kind of work through these things and mitigate them as best we can. But we're understanding our obligations to ASL based on an agreement that we have recently ratified through the commissioners. But it poses some greater challenges for us moving forward. I think we need to take strong consideration about these lane space and allocations of these spaces, because it puts us in a situation where we can't accommodate the remaining schools that would like to participate, and puts them at a grave disadvantage because they don't have the facility to do the appropriate training. We toyed around with the idea of Brigham, but we use that facility primarily for our seniors to do their aerobics and therapy. Those water temperatures have to be warmer than what we have at Aquatic Center. And so it's not really conducive for training for athletes who are going to compete. So that eliminates that possibility of us even utilizing that facility as an alternative for the Richmond County students, as well as Columbia County students that don't participate with ASL, to have an opportunity to utilize our facilities. So I approach ASL asking for them to be good stewards and kind of work through us through this phase. It's only from October to February. They have the spaces the entire year. They have space from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. The other 11 only practice for 50-minute intervals. So there's a grave difference between time allotted and opportunity within those confines. But of course, ASL has opted not to share that space, and so we're going to adhere to what we've agreed to, but understand that will be an adverse impact for the rest of our users. And so we just want to make sure that the commissioners are aware that there are some clauses inside our agreement for special events, as long as we provide adequate written correspondence to ASL. So we're looking at everything. We're putting all our options on the table to see can we make accommodation for all as best we can, given the current constraints that we're under.
Okay.
Yeah, and Matt,
go ahead.
Let me just chime in real quick. I think one thing, because I know we talked a lot about the disadvantages, the advantages, et cetera. One, the commission gave us a directive to make sure we resolved with ASL and provided them adequate space. And so as you heard the director state, we are adhering to that. I think what has been miscommunicated is that we have not provided the space or adhered to the agreement. That is completely and unequivocally false. What we have done is asked that in partnership with Parks and Rec, that for this limited time, there be some concessions because this is a new agreement, which is within their right. ASL has told the director that the answer to that is no. And so what we are doing is simply adjusting, because we will honor all of our contractual agreements, and we've got a solid, good agreement. And so now we will just be adjusting our lane space to make sure we accommodate the Columbia County and Richmond County youth who will also want access to that. But it does not provide them the level of support that we would desire.
Okay. I have two questions, and I appreciate the clarity on it for sure. Number one, is the diving well an opportunity? I saw an email. Is that even?
It's not. Again, with the diving well, because of how shallow it is, it doesn't afford itself to be conducive in terms of training, as well as the water temperatures there in that diving well are different as well as the regular lane spaces.
Okay. And the second thing is when we have meets there, is the entire pool closed for to the citizens as well?
Historically, when ASL has their meet, because it's a Friday through Sunday, we typically close the entire facility, so they rent the entire facility when the school system have their meets, they typically occupy 8 of the 16 spaces. So there is some opportunity for the public to kind of interact on those days.
Okay. And I guess my thought along that is like, I don't know, looking for solutions. But could the 2 lanes that we leave open at all time be used from like a 4 to 6 time frame to where basically it wouldn't be open to the public 4 to 6, and then from 6 on it would be open to the public to where some of these schools would be able to get in as opposed to?
That poses a challenge because you have paying members who also want access to the facility, and so we begin to hear from those paying members that they would like to have access as well. And,
yeah.
And they should be afforded that opportunity as well because they are paying members. And so we try to make those concessions for them at all times as well.
Okay. And that's the reason I asked, because if we're closing it down for a meet, then, I mean, you don't want to continue to close it down. I totally get that. But if we're closing down for a meet, then the precedent, it wouldn't be set to close it down for 2 hours is my guess, is my thoughts. All right. Who's up here to discuss? Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there are several things that disturb me about this is that we seem to have had an agreement on both sides. And then all of a sudden the agreement kind of went away. Understand what I'm saying before you shake your head. It kind of went away between the 2 parties that one had one idea and the other one had another idea. And I think the big thing that's concerning me here I can't take sides because I'm only hearing from one side. I would really had rather had the representative from the Aiken-Augusta Swim League here to voice their opinion as to their issues, as well as our director to voice his opinion. So right now we're kind of hearing one side of the story and not both sides of the story. We're not hearing where the other person's willing to compromise. All we're hearing is they're not willing to compromise. We hadn't talked to them. We don't know if they are or not. At the same time, we don't want the schools to be left out. We don't want the public to be left out. And it seems to be ongoing issues. Every time we turn around with the Aquatic Center, there's always some kind of issue, a disagreement. I think we all maybe need to take a deep breath, sit down again, and see if we can't work through these problems in a precise, agreeable, coherent way. But right now, I'm really not getting both sides and everybody else's side of the story. I'm just getting one side. So that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Mace.
Thank you. Director McDowell, what are some of the specific issues? I think I jotted down, you had mentioned about the depth. Can you talk more specifically about that?
As you relating to the diving well?
Right, exactly.
Right, that doesn't afford an opportunity for our youth to practice or even hold meets in the diving well because of the shallowness of that water, as well as the temperature there. The temperature there isn't equal to our regular training areas. It's a little bit warmer, and the swimmers, in terms of being competitive, they have to swim in temperatures around 72, 75. And same issue that we have with Brigham, we keep those water temperatures warmer because we have aerobics in those particular areas, as well as we program the diving well for some aerobics even at aquatic facilities. So we keep those temperatures a little bit warmer than we do the remaining pools at the aquatic center.
Okay, and that's important to note. What I want to, if you could even drill down a little bit more specifically, because when you say shallowness, maybe some people don't understand what the depth should be for a diver or what it shouldn't be.
So our diving well is 12 to 14 feet. It kind of slopes down and gets deeper or shallow. But it doesn't make well for training or practicing because it doesn't give you the same undercurrent, if you will, as the swimmers go and do their lap swimming. Because of the currents in that water, the flow of the water in the diving well is different than the flow in the pool, just based on the way that the chlorine has to pump in that particular area. So it doesn't give a swimmer, I would say, equal current environments in terms of training. and to make them equally competitive and on the same equal footing for their training as it would someone that's in their normal environment, normal lane space that's been that's conducive to training. So it creates its own havoc outside of just the water temperatures being warmer than the regular pool areas.
So is there any other spot that we may have or that you know of that would be more conducive for that, or we just don't have the spots for that?
Right. We only have the other facility, which is Brigham. And again, because we have our seniors there,
Right, fully understand.
from 9 to 4, there's no way to bring that temperature of those water down in enough time to make the accommodation at that facility and then raise them back up the next morning so our seniors can get back and do their therapy. The system is just not built that way.
Good. Thank you.
All right, anyone else want to speak? Commissioner Hassan.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDowell, just for clarity for me, I thought a month ago everyone was satisfied. We got it from ASL and everyone else that they liked the agreement. So what fell apart? You know, you have the short version.
Right. I wouldn't say necessarily anything fell apart. I think the agreement allows us certain concessions. If you look at page 3, that goes into page 4 under section 7, it does allow the Parks and Recreation to approach ASL if it says special event or if we need to reduce accommodations. So it does afford us in the contract to take some of the lane back if we need to. Let's say someone rented out for a birthday party. Of course, at that point, it impacts ASL because we have to utilize the entire facility. So it does afford us those opportunities. What we were attempting to do was work out of due diligence with ASL to accommodate the school systems. Because it's on, like, again, the school system and the swim meets only last from October to February. So for this short period of time, we need space for our other 11 users of that facility so they can do their training, have their meets, and then for the remainder of the year, ASL is the only ones that train year-round. And they have that facility from January to December, year-round, 13 lanes. We're just simply asking during this period of time, now that we're at high school season, this is the only facility in the area that has to accommodate all these different user groups. We asked ASL, would they go back to the pre-pandemic schedule that they've operated up until this point and say, hey, we have a schedule in place that's been working to accommodate all groups. Are you willing to do this for several hours out of your day, allow the department to utilize 5 of your spaces, and then once the 7 o'clock hour hit, you go back to your 13 lane spaces, just as a concession, as we've conceded to them by allowing them to utilize Brigham even when the aquatic center was down.
Let me ask you this. Is the school system, from what you're asking, is this a new venture?
No, this has been happening since the aquatic center has been there. We had these agreements with the school system for space there. This is the first year it's an issue because now you have something in writing that says ASL gets 13 lanes.
Yeah.
So did you get a chance to discuss this before? Because it looks like no sooner you put the contract. So did they? And you know I'm all. So let me be very clear here. I'm all for us as citizens. I think that's why we 10 years behind in terms of the facility being serviced in a proper manner. To Commissioner Marion Williams' credit, when he was here, he was always saying that it was not fair to the citizens of Augusta, Richmond County. We didn't pay that attention. For the first time we get a chance to see what that looks like. So, but let's put the contract together. Did we have a chance to say to ASL that, hey, we're going to need these spaces for the school system? Did they get blindsided with this request?
No, they did not.
Okay.
This happens every year. ASL was aware of this.
Okay.
They just are not willing to make accommodation because, again, this is the first year that they actually have a contract in place that says we're guaranteed these 13 spaces. So we're going to honor those 13 spaces that contractually we're bound to.
Well, historically, they've gotten 14 spaces, right? This is 13. This is 13.
Right. That was part of us compromising during the negotiations. So we went from 14 to 13.
I'm going to ask this one more time just for clarity for me, and that is, during the negotiations, did it come up at all that we need to make concessions for the Richmond County school system?
Yes. That was part of the discussion the entire time, hence why the original proposal was for 10 spaces and give the director the discretion when available spaces are there, because we knew from the Jump Street that this day was coming where we're going to have to make accommodations. And so by giving the director the discretion, that meant they get their 10 allocated, and then at any point, if spaces are available, I can give them the remaining spaces. But I knew from when the season started, I was going to need those spaces to make accommodations for the other users.
I'll be frank with you. It's a little tricky for me. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I may be misunderstanding. I don't have anything before me. I'm trying to process it by ear, by memory, because my thought process was all the while they're going to end up with 13 spaces, and so now you're saying they're going to end up with 10. So will this? So let me move past that and just ask another question. Will this be an annual process they have to make adjustments to? We have to do the same thing next year, the very same time again next year, for the school system to accommodate their swimming program.
Right. The season is the season.
So the season goes, so in other words, if they resolve it this year, you can be right back in the same place again next year, very same time.
Not necessarily, because keep in mind, our agreement with ASL is only for 1 year. So we have the opportunity before, right when that contract ends, to go back and renegotiate that if the body so chooses to, which could, at that point, quell the entire conversation based on lane allocations.
Okay.
But for clarity, for your earlier point, they still have 13 spaces. I was just simply pointing back to original negotiation why I was asking for 10. But the agreement is for 13 spaces, so they have 13 spaces.
So when the school system is practicing and they're in there, how many spaces do they have at that time?
8, because we got 11 schools.
13 spaces then. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll go back to the administrator.
Yeah, I think we're confusing a few conversations. I want to just make sure we're clear on that. Their agreement is for 13 spaces at all times.
Right.
All times. What is allowed in the agreement is that if there are extenuating circumstances, and the one we discussed explicitly during that conversation are the schools having the access. At that time, the Augusta Aquatic Center personnel can request to reduce that number and give us access, correct?
Right.
We can request it. I don't believe we can demand that. And so the key piece that we're discussing today, the onus is on us to be able to deliver all of the services related to the 11 member schools as well as ASL. That is up to us. We have to resolve it. But the issue that we're actually discussing today is that the approach, which is allowable within the contract, has become an issue. It ruffled some feathers that we asked to reduce that number based on the school system. And so we read a few things in the paper, we saw a bunch of emails and those things, but the request is an issue. The 13 spaces are in the agreement, and the onus is on us to deliver the service.
I hear you, Administrator, but I'm sitting here thinking that we should have made the contract where they only got 8 lanes during the school system, period, and then 13 lanes everywhere every time else, because now it just doesn't. We didn't even have that conversation on this floor beforehand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
and I get it, and I understand it's in the contract. But for me, for what Commissioner Hassan just said, like we're going to have to do this every year. We should have said that the schools are going to come in X amount of time, whatever those months, October, February, and they only get 8 lanes, and they would have had to go for it or not go for it, because now it's kind of put us, both parties, in a bind of we're not looking like we're helping the schools. We're just honoring ASL, and now it's ASL's problem. I don't know. I'm just a little baffling.
I don't actually think it's ASL's problem. I think we had a few negotiating points, and to be, pretty frank with you, as we did the negotiation, we had already had some directives, and I think there was some direct contact and communication that led us down this path. And so the agreement that we have is the one that we have to work with, but I do believe that we're moving in the right direction to deliver the service. But
I do too. I 100% agree with that. I just think that now, I don't know. I just think we need to work together on both parties. They need to understand we have schools. We need to understand, but at the same respect, like some of their kids are in ASL already. So is there some,
that's right,
synergies between? Any other discussion about this? Commissioner McKnight?
Thank you. This is to you, Mr. McDowell. Just explain to me, if you don't mind, about this rental fee that a check was supposedly sent to Mrs. Harper for her to sign for rental over at Henry Brigham. She was emailed yesterday about a check, or so to speak, that she had a fee that was supposed to be paid to rent over there. Are you aware?
I have no knowledge what you're speaking of.
Okay, all right. Well, it was in an email. I was just wanting to get some answers on it.
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion, Administrator?
There is one item here, I think, as we're discussing it, and so ASL understands the importance, and I think they've been a good partner. So I just keep pointing on that. And so with the will of the commission, I think it's very clear that what you are asking or directing us to, and essentially asking our partners at ASL, is to come back to the table, which the contract allows us to, and simply make a concession for the schools. And so we will take that directive, and I know that there has been some direct contact from ASL to the commission with your consensus that we want to both service ASL and make accommodations to the school. We will simply go to ASL with that public commitment from the commission and ask them to help us make this happen. And I'm pretty confident that they will, and we can report back at the next committee cycle.
I think that'd be fabulous. I'd appreciate that. Can I get a motion to receive as, what now? You want to move that in the form of a motion to bring it back? Or? Yeah, go ahead. You want to say it?
Get used to the system here. I want to put that in the form of a motion, Mr. Administrator, and that you would come back to us within the next committee cycle, we said, on your discussions and a path forward for this particular agenda item. I think that's most appropriate at this time.
Can I get a second? Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. I appreciate the discussion today, sir. Appreciate both the Administrator and Director McDowell.
That motion carries unanimously.
And that concludes Public Services. Thank you, Committee.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready for Finance Committee?
We are, sir.
I'd like to call Finance Committee to order. If there's agreement among my colleagues, I would like to take item number 1. If there's nothing, if there's nothing, if the date hasn't changed, we'd like to concede item number 1 and item number 2.
I can't do that day.
Are you doing that with your committee without objection, or?
Anyway, they want it. Commissioner McKnight can make the 7th, but that's the firm date?
That's the commission.
We're hoping that that's the confirmed date, because it is, remembering your budget calendar that is attached. You looked at the 4th through the 8th, and the 7th is the only date that we can actually bring information forward. No action would be taken, but remember, the commission likes to give feedback in advance of the budget being delivered, and so every member doesn't have to attend. It would be a work session, and it is high-level information just to make sure there's consensus on the direction that we're moving. If there needs to be an individual briefing, we can do that as well.
Okay, so the 7th is the date. Is there any other discussion regarding item 1 or 2?
What time will that be on the 7th? Do you have a time?
I think we would poll the commission, but I would hope that it would be 1 o'clock.
And this is a Thursday. This is on a Thursday. The 7th.
I just know it's the 7th. I don't know the.
This is my daughter's
the day of the
birthday.
week.
That's why I'm saying it's a Thursday. I just wanted to see, is it going to be here or is it going to be on a Zoom?
No, it's always in the commission.
Okay, this will be
You're
here
not remote
on
yet.
Thursday.
Yeah, you're not remote.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No other? We need to vote on that, Madam Clerk?
You could do it either without objection, or I will need a motion.
Is there any objection? No objection.
No objection.
To pass.
Okay, thank you.
No other business for the Finance Committee at this time? Thank you very much. That kills it.
Well done.
I mean, ends it, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, it appears we do not have a quorum for the Public Safety Committee.
I'll go get him in the back.
Well, we definitely don't have a quorum then if the chairman's not here. We're missing Mr. Bobby Williams and Brandon Garrett. And now we're missing Mr. Clark, so. So.
Administrative services.
Okay. Administrative Services Committee.
My colleagues, I'm asking Chair of the Engineering Service today as well to allow us to go to engineering service at this time.
That's fine.
That's the lead, and so go to engineering service and come back to administrative service. That's all right with the committee.
Go ahead.
Engineering service, Mom.
Okay. I believe we have an agenda. Yes, sir, we're getting there. Can we proceed with the agenda? And we do have a request for 2 addendum items.
Well, I'm gonna make a recommendation to consent 1 through 6 that's on here. There you go. Is there any discussion, anybody we have on the commission, like 1 through 6? Nope.
Use your microphone.
I'm sorry. Cause y'all can hear, brother, they tell me all the time I talk too loud. Ms. Bonner, can you give me some idea what these addendum items are, if you don't mind? Oh, I think Hamid has an addendum item I need to add here. You, right. No, no, the one that he gave me, number 2. Yeah, okay. Mr. Administrator, just for the record, item number 1, I know we scheduled to have a meeting on this Monday, so do I need to let this on the agenda? I just don't.
Yes, sir, I have a recommendation, staff request on how to handle it.
Okay, I'll wait, let me.
You ready for it?
Let the clerk get ready first.
Okay.
Dr. Malik, what? Dr. Malik?
Mhm.
Okay.
You ain't got no quorum. Bobby, not Brandon is here. That's what's up. He had to leave. And it was sent over without any recommendation. Well, I think you might have 2. They're just still here.
Okay, Commissioner Stein, that you were at Engineering Services.
Yes, engineering service, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and allow for number 2 to go in there and let the administrator allow on why number 1, because we're having a meeting scheduled for Monday. So tell me about number 1.
Yes, sir. Since we have our meeting Monday and we believe that we would be able to resolve issues related to item number 1, I would recommend allowing it to move forward without a recommendation. And then that way we can resolve all of those issues and discuss and resolve it the next day at the commission level.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. For the committee, we're going to allow 1 and 2 to come on there as addendum items onto the agenda. Any objections to that? And then we want to go ahead and, if you don't, unless there are any questions from anybody on the commission up here, I'd like to consent all of these, but number one, going without a recommendation on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Any objections? Can I get a motion to that effect?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. Commissioner Jordan, you got straight what you needed? Okay.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Garrett out.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, administrative service when you get ready. Administrative service, you got any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
Okay. Administrative service is 9 session. Ms. Bonner, for anybody on the commission, I'm gonna consent some of them and not the whole agenda for the, I'm gonna consent item number 1.
Okay, just a moment. Number 1, okay.
Item number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Item number 3.
Mm-hmm.
And item number, sir?
Where's Sean?
I got plenty, sir? Oh, Sean left?
Sean left.
You don't.
Mm-hmm. He left.
If he left, I'd be sending it over to the full commission without a recommendation. And
Well, I mean,
all right, sir. Sorry, we ain't gonna get it, man. That's $200.
Show me the money.
All right, Ms. Bonner, I'll start again. Consent item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item number 7, item number 10, number 8, 10, 11, 12. I don't know what my colleague want me to do with this here. And item number 13. Oh, pull it, and removing the item number 13, Ms. Bonner.
So we're deleting.
Deleting item number 13.
Okay.
Can I get a motion, consent agenda? Second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't get that motion. Who made that, Ms. Scott?
Commissioner Scott.
And you second?
Myself, I second it.
Okay. Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Okay. Item number 4, Ms. Bonner.
Item 4 is to discuss the impact of COVID-19 mitigation efforts, administrative activities, and staff recommendations.
Mr. Administrator.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, just very quickly included in your binder are a few documents, one of which you've seen before, and one just a brief update. So the first one, just on the situational report, we provide that on a monthly basis, but of course, if there are some strong changes within the system, we provide it bi-weekly. Internally, I get to receive these reports on a weekly basis, so we are monitoring it. But I wanted to look at both of these activities to reiterate a recommendation and receive some direction. So one, I'll hold off on that by just going to the second document, which is strictly notifying the commission that we have reinstituted our COVID-19 working group, which is kind of a intergovernmental group that is just assessing how we can better protect our staff members in addition to our residents as we battle and COVID-19 and try to mitigate those impacts. So there's a misspelling and definitely didn't no intended disrespect to Mr. Peoples, but Deputy Marshal Scott Peoples is a member of this group. Different from last time where I was heading it directly, have deferred those responsibilities to Chief Burden, who will lead this group in partnership with Ms. Lucas. That's a typo as well because she's the EMA manager. We've added Parks this time because now that we're in a full open stance and Parks has a variety of activities that are going on. I think we talked about swimming, but we've got a variety of outdoor activities as well, and folks are frequenting our facilities. Of course, Director Dowse, who is overseeing our facility maintenance and the coordination of some of those safety measures. HR, as always. We've also included our public information officer because we also have to do a much better job both internally and externally highlighting the changes that we are coordinating related to the pandemic, and our planning deputy director, Ms. Delaney, will also be included in that group. I also just wanted to highlight that we have given them 6 goals to look over the next 3 to 4 months as they try to make recommendations to the administrator's office and subsequently the commission. One, just making sure that as the CDC guidelines change, that we make the adjustment on our facilities. We also want to make sure that if there are needs that can be funded through the rescue plan versus doing it burdened by our general fund, that we're looking at those things as well. So they will be making that assessment. They'll also be making recommendations on how we can increase our numbers from the approximate 65% of staff that are vaccinated to try to get that number as close to 100% as possible. And then making policy recommendations. I think previously you approved a telework policy that has actually really helped us mitigate those impacts, especially responding to positive cases. And so if there are other policy recommendations, this group will help form those, and ensuring that our PPE coordination kind of keeps up with the time related to the pandemic. And then I think number 6, which is always a testy area, is how do we actually enforce the COVID-19 protocol. So that's the focus of the internal working group. So we have implemented that, but there is one recommendation that I will personally make, and in looking at the outcomes related to COVID-19 and the impact on our operations. While it is outside of my authority, I am bringing forward to the commission that I do believe in our public buildings we should have mandatory mask wearing. And so I know that may not be a popular thing outside of our public spaces and within the public allowing that free will, but with some of the results and the rising number of cases with our staff, I believe that inside of our buildings, especially within the chamber, we should have a mask requirement.
Commissioner Franklin, are you in the queue?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna come to you next, Commissioner McKnight. So as of right now, Mr. Administrator, you said a lot there, and the only thing that you're asking right now is us to consider a mask mandate in all of our facilities.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Commissioner McKnight. So she walked out, huh? Okay. Anybody got any other questions or concerns about the administrator's request? Any comments on it? Well, can I get a motion up or down just on his request and separate out as opposed to taking of information? Motion to approve in terms of making mask mandates in our facilities? So I second that. Do we need, we got a quorum here, right? Voting on that, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 5, overview of it. I'm sorry, Ms. Bonner, go ahead.
Item number 5, overview of House Bill 317, Lodging Facilitators Bill, potential positive impact on Augusta operations, key consideration, and staff recommended next steps.
Mr. Administrator. Yes, just very quick highlight. This should be 2 minutes or less, and there is no action required. In the Georgia General Assembly in this last session, I know we gave an update on some of the important and pertinent bills related to revenues, but also just in general that impact the consolidated government. House Bill 317, which is the largest facilitators bill, probably easier to recognizable to call it the Airbnb bill. And so what it does is add some additional revenues to local municipalities related to the implementation of this bill. Actually had a technical assistance call with Mr. Bowersox, who is our state subject matter expert, who is assigned by GMA. And so there is no action to implement the bill by the commission, but it went into effect in July based on early activities. The first month, there was not a huge spike across Georgia in the implementation of collecting fees, but we did see a small bump, I believe, in August. And so they've just alerted us to watch the revenues because we should see some sales tax increases because of this. But why it's really important to Augusta, and why I'll ask Director McDowell to kind of chime in with some additional considerations, is around the master's implementation. We really expect that the masters will be wide open this year and fully back. And so because of that, and with the large number of masters rentals, we should have been collecting revenues anyway, but it's just very difficult. Now the burden is on the state, and so our remittals should be a lot more. And so one, we're hoping that as we do a budget amendment, we can use some of these revenues to resolve some issues. But a larger picture is that it has been the commission's position, which staff fully agrees with, that we increase revenues, but not on the backs of our taxpayers through residential property tax hikes. So in lieu of doing that, we have to diversify how we receive funds. Well, right now, our rentals related to the masters of our facilities are almost gifts, you know, in relation to how we divvy out those facilities. And so as we approach this masters, noting that there are opportunities for new revenues, I believe our Parks and Rec staff is looking for some guidance because their facilities related to parking, rental space, et cetera, are a prime opportunity to increase our revenues going into FY22.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes, sir. So I had approached the administrator, I guess, about a month or so back to have these discussions as it relates to our rental facilities. So historically, Parks and Recreation has rented their facilities at no adjustment or increase around the Masters Week. So historically, our facilities are rented a year in advance because of that. And it afford those users the opportunity to make some profits there. And so I saw this as a unique opportunity for us to look at the possibility of adjusting those rental fees for this period of time for Masters Week to mirror what surrounding counties and entities are doing, but also what the private sector does during this week as well, as a way to generate some additional revenue for the city of Augusta, but also utilizing those resources to put back into our facilities as a way to offset those rising costs to maintain and to operate these facilities. That was a unique opportunity for us to kind of address those issues and create creative ways to pay for those needed adjustments in terms of our operation and maintenance of our facilities.
Well, I see you, but let me ask a question. Has it been established in your research that the renting of the facilities is direct related to masters, I wouldn't say behavior, masters the event, or could it just be a citizen doing something around that that time of the year?
I think it's a combination. Some of our facilities, for example, Julius Smith Casino, because of its proximity to Washington Road.
Okay.
It affords anyone the opportunity who rents that facility. And keep in mind, the rental associated with that facility is all day. I mean, there's no adjustment based on the hours or anything. You rent that facility for that day, you can have it for an entire day. But one of the unique things about it, you control a lot of parking there, which some have utilized our facilities to do run shuttle systems back and forth. So it's not necessarily they utilize it for a rental per se, but they use it based on proximity as an advantage for them to generate some sort of revenue there. So we looked at maybe that's an opportunity for us to kind of look at these things in a more robust manner and then come back with some suggestions that, hey, we can take advantage of our own facilities or at least, raise the rates that we're charging for those who decide to utilize our facility during that interval.
So, and I'm coming next to you. So will you have an opportunity to do that in 22 or would it have to be 23? Because you just mention our venues are rented out a year in advance. So that gives me the impression that someone has already rented Judy Casino for 22. So now at this particular time, we're really talking about if we agree upon this, then we're talking about 23 moving forward then.
I think that makes sense because it will also give us the opportunity to get that information out to our user group so they won't necessarily be blindsided by any type of adjustments, but that gives us an opportunity for a year in advance to kind of PR this thing and make sure that we roll it out correctly, but also let our users know that there will be an adjustment in those fees moving forward.
Okay, Commissioner Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 100% agree. Everybody else does it. Why would we want to do it, frankly? My question and concern is, and Director Sherman's still here, so maybe he can come up to this. We have a lot of businesses that expand footprints during Masters Week. I understand they get special license, but do they have to pay for that space that they expand into their footprint in the public spaces? That's my first question. And number two, you see all these pop-up businesses on right-of-ways. Are they paying whatever to use that space, or are they just getting a business license and we're letting them go wherever they want to go that week? Because there's a lot of businesses that expand their footprint, and obviously it's my district, so I see it all the time.
Director Sherman, go ahead.
Sir, with regard to the right-of-way, businesses are not supposed to be on the right-of-way. We issue vendor licenses, but they are supposed to be on private property, generally in shopping centers. But as far as the ones encroaching out onto the right-of-way, say, for instance, down on Broad Street, they have to get a right-of-way encroachment permit if they go beyond the 10 feet that's allowed for placing tables and chairs in front of a restaurant.
Okay. So the tent that's on across from National Hills from this golf course that sets up pictures and has a huge tent full of merchandise, they don't have to pay any. Are they paying that private business something, or is there an increased fee that the city can put? I mean, like.
So they are required to pay the occupation tax. They're temporary vendors. They're here just for that period.
Right.
And then they have to get permission from the property owner. So I would imagine they are paying the property owner to set up, but they're not supposed to be on the sidewalk or the public right-of-way.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can we get a motion for the director to be able to increase those? I'm sorry, you want to say something?
Well, yeah, I just want to make sure we highlight what we're really requesting here, and I don't know if we have to get approval today. We were bringing it forward that as we're looking at new revenue sources, this is an opportunity. So if there is consensus amongst the commission, we would develop a fee schedule and a timeline, because we do have until 23, and we would just bring it back through the commission cycle. But the key was we didn't want to bring this new idea and waste staff effort if there was not consensus among the committee that we should be looking at this and let's move forward. Yeah.
Everybody else in
we
Augusta
received that
does it.
information. We received the information with approval.
Understood. So we'll bring it back at a future commission cycle.
Yes,
Well, I didn't know if we had to give the directive. You're saying we don't?
I don't think so. I think if
we
you
may
have
go to the full commission because the committee can't make that kind of. We may just go to them and let them.
Okay.
We'll
Got
forward
it.
to the full commission and let them, and then they can bring back.
Got it.
Let them do that.
Okay. To explore the master, so the motion would be to authorize staff to explore additional revenue sources around the master's public facility rentals. Right, Director McDowell?
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Ms. Second. Voting. should have wrote number 6, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries with Mr. Williams out. Sir,
I'm sorry, Ms. Bonner.
go ahead.
Getting ahead of you.
You want number 6 now?
Yes, ma'am. We probably should have put on the consent, but I'll go ahead and let Administrator talk.
Item 6 is a motion to accept U.S. Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program funds, allow HCD to move forward implementation of the recommended usage plan, allow HCD to hire 2 full-time staff persons concurrent with the term of the grant, provide supplemental pay where applicable in accordance with the HUD regulatory guidelines for all affected employees, and instruct Finance Department to add available funding to HCD's budget for immediate use and implementation upon receipt.
Yeah, so let me give an overview on this, and you probably don't have to do a presentation on this. As I understand this is another $2.8 million that HUD is coming out. This is a second phase of this here. We've already, with the United Way being our partners here, you already have $6 million in hand. You're just getting the $2.8 million here. Director Welcher needs to want to hire 2 staff to assist in this out of that money, and pretty much you're going to move forward. Did I miss anything?
No, sir.
Okay.
I mean, a motion to approve.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I don't want to get in the way of the motion, sir.
I'm going to say motion to approve, but I'd love to see the slides if we could get in a 2-minute, 3-minute.
Well, can you do it in 2 minutes? See, that's the question.
Yeah.
You can talk her through it, too, but he want to see the slides, so he like pictures.
No problem. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, fellow commissioners. This is Brittany Burnett from United Way. We're going to run through just a quick breakdown of where we are currently with our efforts under the first implementation, and give you a quick synopsis of what the second implementation will look like. So as you mentioned, sir, earlier in the year, we were authorized by the Commission to move forward with the $6 million award from the U.S. Treasury for Emergency Rental Assistance 1. We went live on March 1st, 2021, and this program is to address rental and utility arrears for up to 15 months of arrears for any resident of the entire Consolidated County. So I always like to highlight that does include Hepzibah and Blythe. A lot of times people forget that they are eligible for these services as well, in addition to residents of the City of Augusta proper.
And the ways that people can apply for assistance, they can text the word rent to 50503. They can go onto our website and apply there, a very simple form with name, address, and ways to contact, and then what sort of assistance you need, rent, utilities, or both. And then or they can call 211, and then we call people back in the order in which we receive their application, so it makes it very fair. And then here you see there's a resident assessment, so we do some basic resident eligibility. We also go out and do a habitability review to make sure that the home is safe and stable. And then we do get documentation from the landlord, because it is in fact the landlord that we are paying for the arrearages, and then also we pay the utilities companies directly.
So year to date so far with the program since March 1, Ms. Burnett and her team at United Way have expended, as you see, a little over $3.6 million in this effort. We're right at the 66% mark of the expenditure of program services, and our budget remaining in the ERA1 implementation is $1.86 million. That is required to be expended by September of next year, but we certainly feel will be expended before the end of this calendar year.
And so the only other quick thing I wanted to say is nationwide, about 17% of the dollars have been expended, and so we're at 66% compared to 17%, if you needed some sort of metric to see how we're doing relative to some other communities. So to date, you can see some of these numbers. We've helped over 800 families, which equates to nearly 1,700 residents, and it's about over 4,500 months of assistance, and you see the dollar value there, and over 950 months of rental assistance as well.
So just to highlight a little bit of what the efforts, this has been a true partnership, really unlike some of the other things we've done in the past. Your team here at Housing and Community Development has worked directly with the United Way team on some outreach events to raise awareness, but most importantly on some direct engagements that Ms. Burnett will speak to real quickly.
So we've done some in-person events because we're trying to meet people where they are. So we've done these 2 in-person events in September in partnership with HCD, and then also we've realized there are a couple of communities that were just in dire need, like you see 2 that are mentioned here. So we've really wrapped direct services around them to help those families most immediately who are at risk of eviction.
Also, I'm threatening my 2 minutes here, but I will mention that we've done a really good job, I feel like, through the implementation of it, as she said, wrap services. So as an example, yesterday was an event at the Kroc Center. A little over 82 families, I believe, came through and were assisted in yesterday's event with HCD and United Way. And we were able to partner with Golden Harvest through Ms. Burnett's contacts and have a food giveaway company that opportunity is in addition to other conversations that are had when service is provided to connect folks to mainstream benefits. As you all have received updates from us on a regular basis, we have had a very fortunate opportunity with our magistrate court to have a good partnership there. Housing Community Development staff is present in the jury box of all eviction hearings that have gone on in the last several months in Richmond County since they've resumed. And that provides an opportunity for the presiding judge to make an announcement about the program, inform the litigants that are involved, both the residents and the landlords in the hearings, that they can avail themselves of the program if they wish, and direct updates are able to be provided from the United Way database by HCD staff to the proceeding that is on the docket. So the status of an applicant, if they are in progress or about to be paid, et cetera, is provided directly to the court. And in many cases, at the discretion of the landlord is their option, but a continuance can be offered to allow that assistance to be provided to meet the ultimate goal of avoiding the eviction. In those rare and unfortunate instances where a landlord chooses not to work with the program or does not no longer wish to work with the tenant, your team at Housing and Community Development does have resources through our normal HUD ESG programming to provide rehousing services to help that resident locate a new unit that is appropriate for them and affordable, and assist them with some of the financial costs of making a transition to a new living space. So I'm definitely past my 2 minutes, but I apologize. I just want to put this on the record for you all. The ERA2 allocation came to Augusta a little differently than the first round did. What the American Rescue Plan in authorizing the second round of funding did was distribute a high need allocation, which was essentially your guaranteed bottom level allocation, which as you see there is a little under the 2.3 million you see represented. Well, they took it since they implemented the guidance, they have taken it to actually issuing the first 40% of our total allocation. So I know that's a little confusing, but as you'll see, that's the 2.845 million number. That is available to Augusta to use for these services now. And at the point that we are able as a community to report back to the Treasury that we have obligated 75% of those funds and fully expended our first round allocation, the balance of 4.8 million we've made available to Augusta, Georgia for additional services. In total, what that means is that your second round of ERA will actually potentially be larger than the first round, totaling in at the 7.1 million number you see there. And we're confident that we'll be able to meet the metrics necessary to secure all those funds on behalf of Augusta, Georgia.
All righty. Any questions, Commissioner? I think Commissioner Frank, that was your Commissioner Mason.
I said motion to approve. I don't think I got a second.
I got a second.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Mason. Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Great job between HCD and the United Way and other community partners as well. Certainly excellent service that's being provided. The question that I would have, though, just so that I understand this correctly, that you're requesting 2 full-time staff persons concurrent with the term of the grant. So are these positions going to be only while this is going on, and then what happens to the positions? Or are we going to continue with these positions even after all of our allocations and everything is complete?
Yes, sir. These positions run concurrent with the grant. I mean, I think at that time, from an ERA2 perspective, you're looking at a expiration timeline date of 2025. So understanding that, at that time, we'll take a look at our operations based on the workforce, based on the demand of HCD. And if there is a request from a budgetary perspective, if we feel like that's something that we would like to ask and request, we'll do it at that time. But based on our outlay, we're looking for these positions to run concurrent with the timeliness of the actual grant, which is 2025.
Okay, good. And is there any additional budgetary requirements that the city must add to this? I know what we have and what ARP is, what we're saying here, but is there anything from the city standpoint that we're going to have to kick in?
No, sir. There's no match.
Roger that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott?
Yeah, I have 2 questions, and this might be for United Way. the in-person that you had at the Kroc Center, are you planning on going to other communities to do in-person?
That's a great question. And yes, we have talked about doing some other events in person. So we've done 2 in partnership with HCD. We've done about 4 standalone just as United Way, just so we're making sure that we're using resources most wisely. And we pull the HCD in team when we know we're going to have a large number of people. But we accidentally, on Monday, we had 88 people that we just served at our United Way office alone because of a mass eviction and a social media post.
And I think that's a good idea that we go to the community.
And then if people don't have rides and they can't get to us, they can call 211. We have a partnership with Lyft, and people can book a Lyft ride. We can get them there, and then we can also book their return ride as well.
Okay. And my second question is, this new money that's coming in, would it be administered by United Way, and would United Way partner with other community groups?
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Scott. That is the request today, is to authorize us to work again with you, United Way. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, that is the request today, is for us to continue to work with United Way. Technically, Augusta would be administering the funds, but the programming would run through their organization. So we would, from a fiscal standpoint, not want to partner with additional entities, but certainly as a part of our continuum network, we do work in unison with entities like EOA, Salvation Army, to coordinate the service availability. But the trickiest part about this is the requirement that we ensure we don't duplicate service. For that reason, we have originally requested and are requesting to move forward with one fiscal partner to ensure that we don't trip up and accidentally make any payments that duplicate themselves across different organizations.
Get a vote. Ready to vote? Ms. Bond, you got a motion in a second?
Yes, sir.
Voting.
That motion carries unanimously with Mr. Williams out.
Item number 9, Ms. Bond, I believe that's the last one, if I'm not mistaken.
Item number 9 is a comprehensive update on Augusta Rescue Plan activities and next steps, specifically reporting on Vax Up Augusta, public safety, and premium pay provisions. The administrator.
All righty, good afternoon, commissioners. I'll go over the Vax Up Augusta piece very quickly, but there is an ask on that. For the public safety and premium pay, is simply an update because we are about to press the button on implementing those payments. So for Vax Up Augusta, you have a memorandum, thank you very much, a memorandum in your binders that just highlights a few key areas that I'll go over just for public record and for our public members who are here. First, we have actually identified 4 partners and allocated enough resources to provide up to 7,800 shots through full vaccinations. Again, that does not include additional vaccinations, single-dose vaccinations, which we all know does increase the efficacy and protection of our residents. Our first report out will be received by my office on or around October 10th, and at the next committee cycle or commission meeting, we will have a public report out to the commission. That will allow us to capture all of September, and I'm sorry, I need to clarify that, and the 10th of every month thereafter. That is kind of the deadline for which we will receive information, vet it, and then present it to the commission. We chose the first date, or I chose the first date of October 10th, because then we can encompass all of August 19th, giving them an opportunity to ramp up and figure out how to make sure that folks who were eligible on August 19th, when you gave the affirmative vote, could also receive their incentive within that time. And so we'll have our first public update on where we stand with the program shortly thereafter. In addition to allocating enough for 7,800 shots. The administrative costs have come in at about $390,000. And so we are looking at those additional funds, and there are some areas for which there are gaps. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about today and make a small request out of that allocation, but a request all the same. First, I think we have talked about providing mobile vaccination clinics in partnership with the commission. Well on our way, have had conversations with many of you about that. I think the first one that we have confirmed for a date is November 6th with Commissioner Mason at Diamond Lakes. And so we are working through with which mobile partner will be there. In addition to that, we have confirmation from the James Brown Arena to hold a vaccination clinic. I want to say that it is October 30th. Don't quote me on that because we just literally confirmed the date today. But these funds should allow that to be an eligible expense. But we also did not allocate any funding to be able to do any radio buys or things of that nature that would educate our public on where they are. So now we are solely relying on our social media, newsletter, kind of word of mouth, and all of those activities. So my request today is to allocate about $25,000 out of, which is a nominal fee, but that will allow us to do some of the radio buys, outreach, and update, as well as rent the James Brown Arena and any other facilities associated with implementing the mobile vaccine clinics. And so that is one ask that we do have today, and we would simply reduce that balance of $390,000 in administrative fees to be utilized for that purpose. The second piece, and I don't know how you want to do it, Mr. Chair, but
let me entertain you on that, but for clarity,
yeah,
I'm sorry about that. Interrupting you.
No, and I was going to ask you if you wanted me to. That is the Vax Up Augusta update, and then we can go to premium pay. So if you would like, I can pause there and take questions solely on the Vax Up Augusta, and then we can move to giving you your update on premium pay because there's not a formal request there.
Okay, and so that's So I suggest you do it just the way you just suggested. We do this first. Are there any questions? Because I have one in particular myself.
Yes, sir.
Are we sure it's going to be the James Brown Arena or probably the Bell Auditorium?
I may have misspoken.
It's the parking lot, 7th Street.
Parking lot of 7th Street.
It's neither one, huh?
At the, yeah,
okay.
My apologies. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody any other question around the vaccination aspect of it? Okay. And so the figures here represent money that's been allocated.
That's right.
Not that's been used currently.
No, sir. And that's what you'll get
Okay.
when you get the formal report. Yes,
Okay.
sir. So you'll be able to see what they have not only drawn down, but also how many first and second doses that equates to.
Okay. Great. Move on to the second part, please. Thank you, sir.
All righty. So just a reminder at the end, because that will take a formal motion for you to authorize us to use up to $25,000 for that purpose.
Mr. Bond, you want to do that now, or you suggest we wait? You got a recommendation on that?
What he's receiving is that information, what he just said, the Vax Up, right? Were you asking a specific
that one has
ask?
the $25,000.
The 25,000?
For it to be allocated that way. This
Out
other
of
piece
the 390, right?
Pardon? I'm sorry, sir.
Is that out of the 390?
Out of the 390, that's right. Yep. It's just specifically carving it out so we transparent with our public and everybody know what the use of that is for.
Okay. Well, it could be a two-part motion if you'd like, sir, but you could take it individually.
Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. Let's make a motion.
Okay.
I'll get a motion for the $25,000 allocation for advertisement.
Motion to approve.
25,000.
It's up to $25,000 to be utilized for the James Brown Arena, public outreach, radio buys, public outreach, and facility costs for us to do the mobile vaccination clinic. Those are the purposes of those funds.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm clear.
I'm sorry.
Once after you vote, I just
Okay.
want to ask something.
That motion carries.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Administrator, what is under your privy where we wouldn't have, I thought it was 20, under 25, or is it 20?
25.
And you just wanted that public, is that why?
Well, one is to do it publicly, but we did not explicitly allow those funds to be used for that purpose in your motion. So just dotting all our I's and crossing T's, because I got to do a report in October on how we spent the funds. And so I just want to make sure the records allow me to do that very easily with the Treasury. Yep.
Commissioner Scott, you got a
Alrighty,
question? Okay. You can proceed, Mr. Administrator.
All righty. So this, I'm going to go into great detail for the edification of the public, and so I'll take a little bit of time with this, but it should still be under 6 minutes. So just in general, giving the commission and our public an overview of the program, implementation, the positions impacted, the fiscal impact, the source of funds, and the timeline. Of course, these things are detailed in that same memorandum, but this is a layman's presentation of the process. And so while I go over this, I do just want to highlight, so this has taken a lot of work to both evaluate interim guidelines and flesh out down to the penny how we will allocate these positions and make sure these costs are allowable. And so I just want to make sure I take a moment to, one, highlight our staff who have worked diligently on this. Namely, we have a very new Deputy Administrator T. Jackson, who is kind of taking the lead on this, but without question, Donna Williams, Director Donna Williams, and Deputy Director Tim Schreier have done yeoman's job of individually. Also, I'm sorry, I left out Director Ruckert, of really fine-tuning this in a very short period of time. And so while it looks easy and we have present these things in a very concise manner, the work that they have put into this, I have not seen be done in such a short period of time, or as thorough as it's been done. So I want to make sure that on the record we highlight that, because they have other responsibilities. And on behalf of the commission, as well as our employees, they have taken great care to make sure this gets done in a timely manner. With that being said, very quickly, just to highlight, the law requires us, and the reason we have presented this to the commission, because these are some of the few areas within the law without final rulemaking, even with the interim guidance, we know that we are moving correctly. And so there are citations that are not necessarily in this presentation for you. Again, it's for our record keeping and reporting so that we can have those things on the record, since these are federal funds. And so we've broken this one-time payment into 3 categories. One is simply your public safety personnel, which is an allowable cost. We have actually chosen a denomination of $2,500 to full-time first responders. Of course, we have a definition. That's what the citation is for. 911 communications officers and deputy coroners. These subject areas that we have decided on actually align with what the governor just announced a couple of days ago. And so I'll highlight that as well and what the impact is. Additionally, there's a one-time payment of $1,250 to non-first responders as defined by both the state and these federal regulations, code enforcement officials, animal control officers, and part-time first responders as defined again both in the law as well as through Governor Kemp's recent actions. And then other personnel who regularly perform in-person work, interact with others at work, or physically handle items handled by others. As Augusta is open and we are providing direct service in spite of the global pandemic, that is the basis of our eligibility for our other full-time and part-time staff members. So the premium pay one-time benefits will basically impact a total of our 2,517 staff members. And that number is a year-to-date number of those that will be impacted, and we've broken it down based on their category and who will receive what. In addition to that, specifically, that one-time payout equates to about $3.8 million. In addition to what we are providing specifically to those public safety officials and first responders, as defined both by the American Rescue Plan as well as Governor Kemp's recent action, there will be a $1,000 pay supplement for all eligible sworn law enforcement officials and first responders, for which the city that they are attached to has to apply for. More details are forthcoming, and they will be announced on the 1st. I sat in on another technical assistance call this morning at 7:30 to receive some preliminaries. I will not go into those today because we will get all of that information in writing on the 1st, no later than the 5th is what I was told, but it should be issued on the 1st. Simple breakdown of the broad categories that they provide. And then in addition to that, we will have until December 31st, I believe, to submit to receive those funds. The second of our 3 one-time payouts, or our payouts under this provision, which you have already approved, so again, there's no action, is the COVID-19 vacation payout. As a reminder, a little bit prior to my tenure in April, the commission lifted vacation accrual caps because people were not able to take vacation due to the pandemic. And since the pandemic, we have been in a continuous work mode. And so because of that, you provided a relief to our staff members on the accrual cap. But what that does is create a category and liability what am I trying to say? Annual leave earned. And so that leave that is earned and that benefit is a liability. And so we have accrued that liability and believe that that eligible cost can be relieved by American Rescue Plan funds with a single payment, a one-time payment. That is our COVID-19 vacation payout. Otherwise, that category would not exist without COVID, which is why we are leveraging that as a allowable cost. The total cost for that is a little over $1 million, and it would relieve Augusta of that liability. The third piece is the implementation of premium pay. I don't want to call it, I know we've been talking about it as if it's just an increase of $15 an hour. I would state that our increase of premium pay leverages $15 an hour as a watermark. And so I think that is the appropriate way to discuss that topic. And so our watermark of $15 an hour leveraging premium pay has a grand total cost over FY21 of $524,000 based on the time frame for which we would implement, and in FY22 that cost is $3.4 million. There are a variety of positions that are impacted. Again, those are in your memorandum, but just here for illumination that as you will see, our hourly wage now goes up above the $15 an hour, with that being our new watermark based on leveraging these funds. One thing to highlight that while we are doing this to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, and that impact is not just because our staff members are providing services in a wide open type of atmosphere despite the global pandemic, it is also because there are less workers in the market, and it becomes much harder to retain your workforce or keep people in the workforce. And so when you look around the region, we will instantly become competitive as we implement this new action.
Mr. Administrator, I have a question for you, please.
Yes, sir.
And you did say this, so this is me for clarity. I see you have on one of the worksheets you have in the book here, you have for 37 and a half hours, as I had said previously, the $15 won't get us there. So will this person who just working the 37 and a half hours, will we pay them $15.25 or $15.50? Because it was twofold. We were doing two things. We was trying to get to a minimum of $15 an hour. We also was trying to start at a minimum of $30,000 salary.
Yes,
so
and so I'm going
$15 time.
And so I'm going to get there, okay. But that's what this slide kind of illuminates, that we actually do get there with our actions because the 2% is also included.
So they'll get the 15 plus the 2%?
In some instances. So which specific category are you asking about?
I'm not talking categories as much, I'm talking sheer numbers. $15 an hour times 37 and a half hours a week will only get you to $29,250.
Got
so
it.
we was trying to get you to, we was trying to do two things. We were trying to get you a minimum of $15 an hour is a minimum,
yeah.
but a minimum salary of $30,000. So we don't meet the $30,000 threshold with the 37 and a half hours at $15 an hour.
We don't, but we get to the minimum of $15 an hour, which was the stated goal of the commission. Now, we can adjust now that will take an action of the commission. We can adjust to take the $15 an hour and adjust the premium pay slightly to take us up there. I guess I'm trying to get us away from talking about it as solely a $15 an hour goal or a $30,000 goal, because we are leveraging a premium pay provision which allows you to add upwards of $13 an hour to the pay of eligible workers. And so we have added the appropriate amount, which happens to take us to $15 an hour. If you believe that number should be higher, to make us more competitive, then that is something that we can look at implementing. I think my question or my concern would be the burden on Augusta and our ability to pay that beyond this time. Let me make that statement, but also carry you through the rest of the presentation,
okay.
Because I think you might be able to get your answer as we go through.
Okay, all right.
Because again, here, what you'll see is where our current average hourly wage takes us and what the minimum rate of $15 an hour does for every category that is under $15 an hour now.
Okay.
Secondly, when you look at the regional comparison, when you dive down into that, and again, we've included more detail in the memorandum, we definitely become much more competitive, especially with our certified firefighters, which I think was one of the concerns. Next. And so the impact of moving forward in this manner, what you'll see is that by category, your annual cost is about $428,000 in compression. That's that 2% number that we have included in here to kind of separate those who are already in certain positions and aligned over the $15 an hour to expand and take them there. Again, because of the time frame for which we're implementing, the cost this year is minimal at about $65,000. The pay structure piece just kind of highlights that this does adjust our pay classes and bring some of those folks who are in categories, I believe it's 1 through 10, maybe 1 through 11, up higher because of the $15 an hour minimum, which is why we have had to add funds for compression. And again, this is step one. It is not over, because as a part of our plan, we will be bringing back, as a part of the budget and funded by the American Rescue Plan, if allowable, a pay and class study that aligns with the current market. And so some of those issues that you are noting, Commissioner, if they are not fully resolved here, you know, I dare to say on the record that they may be most appropriate to have that pay and class study in place so that we are not, I guess, willy-nilly trying to resolve the problem, but having a fact-based approach. So now we're using 2% as that threshold, but the pay and class study may say, hey, you need to add a 3.5% COLA to address this, or your baseline should actually be $15.78, which is a little bit above or below the living wage for your area. And so those things, the city of Augusta is not fully prepared to provide insights on, because we don't do pay and class studies. So I'll continue there. The ongoing cost is something that I believe is really important and something that we want to look at, because again, the majority of these funds will be coming out of the Augusta Rescue Plan. And so out of that $82 million, for which we've only received $41 million, remember, you receive it in 2 tranches, you are bringing out about $4.5 million in FY21 and FY22 simply for this portion of the proposal. So there's expected pro rata costs for 2021 from November 19th that will have 4 pay periods, and then an additional 2% added for FY23 and beyond. And so each year you're looking at about approximately $4 million to be able to implement this proposal. So at the end of 2024, the cost would be about $12.3 million. The source of funds, just highlighting for the record and for our own reporting, is the American Rescue Plan for each of those years. After 2024, an alternative funding source will need to be identified, but the amount required is likely going to be funded through a natural growth in revenues and the digest, depending on our quality management. And so as an alternate, these required amounts could come from cost reductions and an increase in the millage rate, which is not what we are proposing. We believe we'll be able to do so through the natural growth in revenues and the digest at this current time. The timeline, which I think is extremely important, more so for our staff members than the general public, is that the COVID-19 vacation payouts, which is the shortest, would be distributed on October 8th, which is a regularly scheduled pay date. That payment would be separate from the employee's normal check, but distributed at that time. The next payout would be October 22nd, which is the one-time premium pay as described earlier. Also a regularly scheduled pay date, and it will be separate also from the employee's normal check. Of course, just in case I want to say it for the record, but I'm sure that you know that is for tracking purposes, as this is a separate funding source. November 19th is when we will begin the implementation of the $15 per an hour and compression. It is the 23rd of 26 pay periods in the FY21 fiscal year. And so if you have any additional questions, I will answer those at this time.
Okay, I did for the record, Ms. Bonner, is it possible that you can go back when this conversation started and see what motion we made around the salaries, around the $15 or the $30,000? I think that's going to be important for us to see exactly how that plays out. What we're trying to reach, because there was 2 conversations going on. We were having a conversation about the 15, we were having a conversation about the 30,000. I think the 15 was the prevailing, but we was trying to use the 15 to get us to the 30,000.
And I can give you some insight on that. The 30,000 was the mayor's living wage request that came through committee. I committed to the commission that we would bring back a resolution to resolve that leveraging American Rescue Plan funds. Since that time, we have always used the $15 an hour because it is the threshold that aligns with both the regulations and our ability to carry these costs forward in outlying years. We have not used the $30,000 as a baseline here to get us to that $30,000 living wage. What we've utilized is the $15 an hour, or at least what the commission has approved, and what I have proposed is the $15 an hour. And it has always been my understanding that bringing that proposal forward resolved the $30,000 because his request was to include it in the FY22 budget. We are now utilizing this to resolve both the rescue plan as well as the FY22 budget number for $15 an hour.
Okay. So, and also the compression part of it, let me just stick with the 30 for a minute just to see my point through.
Yes, sir.
I got you. I understood what you just said.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of, from the compression perspective, we were looking at, well, if I was making $30,000 here and my colleague here was making 27 and now he's making 30, the compression was you're going to give me 2%.
That's right. That's in there.
Okay, so that's in there.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't
No,
spend
no,
enough time on it.
it's probably in there, but
Okay.
my question is this. You also made mention that we have to be concerned, and I do agree, that we're talking about when all this is over, we're talking about a $4 million increase in salaries. So do we consider at that point doing a salary analysis, and we're going to most likely find that many salaries are going to be adjusted? That's just going to balloon at that point. So we're going to be in $5 or $6 million when it's all said and done.
Potentially. So I'll tell you, I've had the experience recently, and I don't want to keep harping on what occurred prior to coming here, but I'll just say I've done salary surveys in the past. And so there are a couple of different ways, or salary studies in the past, and there are a couple of ways to address it. Sometimes it's through a COLA, and we should likely look at this 2% compression, because the 2% is almost like a cost of living, right? The bringing them up to the $15 an hour in a COVID time frame is really a cost of living adjustment. For those who would not receive that cost of living adjustment, basically, or it would provide compression, that 2% almost acts as a COLA and gives you a little bit of breathing room where you separate, as you mentioned, I think you used 30 and the 27, it now gives them that separation. But again, I mentioned, and I want to say it again, that's just part one. The salary study would come in and assess, is the person who is, let's say, receiving 30, are they doing $30,000 worth of work? And if not, should they be increased, or are they appropriately aligned? Because you wouldn't decrease. And is the person who is now receiving $15 an hour appropriately aligned well? Should you implement step increases every year? Is a COLA recommended? Or do you simply realign some of the job descriptions? That's when we get a little bit more into the weeds beyond this proposal. And so part one is to make us more competitive, provide relief from COVID. Step two is basically right-sizing government appropriately.
Commissioner Franklin?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
My first question was, is there any employee tenure to the bonus, for lack of a better word?
It is not currently, and we've bounced around two things related to that: employee tenure as well as retention. And the reason we did not include those two items is because the rescue plan in this interim state does not provide any guidance on that, on whether you can or cannot. And so we're cautious about treading into those uncharted waters. So some folks who may have been involved for a shorter period of time will receive the same benefit as somebody who had been on the same amount of time. But because they don't delineate it or allow for you to do so, it is almost an all or nothing proposal.
So basically, once they get paid on the 22nd or whatever day it was, they could walk. It's their money. There's no recourse. It's just their money.
Currently, there is not. If the commission would like us to research it further, but we have given that a look, and there's nothing in there that allows for that. But what we can do is look at what other jurisdictions have done. DeKalb was kind of the first to do this, and I don't believe that they included a retention bonus in theirs. And so, that's, it's not a court case or anything, and I'm not a lawyer, but usually if there's some precedent and most people do the same thing, you got something to rely on. Here, and I think I've included in most of my presentations what other folks are doing. No one, to my knowledge and current research, has added a retention or tenure bonus or restriction.
And when do they have to be hired to receive this money?
Now that I don't have in front of me, but the eligible time period for the grant itself, I believe, is March, because there's a gap. Don't quote me on the date, but I think it's March through the ending period.
Just trying to help you, Commissioner Administrator.
August 19th or earlier is the hire date.
Okay.
August 19th or earlier. But the eligibility time of the funds is in March of 2021.
And then my concern is that I guess over the next through 23 or 24, I can't remember what you put, the ARP funds will pay $4 million each year.
That's
so
correct.
12 million. But then starting 25 budget, 24, whatever budget that is, we'll have to find the money, frankly.
Yes,
as well as what Commissioner Son said of the gap and the assessment and everything. I mean, I think that, we have to start really looking at what we're going to do to move this government forward, because, whether there's certain things that we can decrease, certain things, because at the end of the day, there's not a lot of cap money left.
I agree. So, mind if I speak to that? Because, I think that's an important piece for us to kind of talk about and have on the record. So we are basically making this obligation, and to be honest, the market is forcing us to do so. We're losing people left and right, not only because of the COVID environment, but it's because, there are more competitive salaries within our region. And so we do have to make that adjustment. But we do have some decisions to make, and staff is diligently preparing to bring back the broader American Rescue Plan recommendations and requests to the commission now that we've gotten some additional guidance. When we look at that, I've heard many of you talk about making sure we take care of our house first. I think things like the street light fee that we've talked about, leveraging these funds because they're allowable under public safety to be able to resolve that issue, while it may take quite a bit out of our coffers, it would then assist us in right-sizing that issue long term. If it does, that $800,000 gap that we have annually or whatever it is goes away and creates that much room. And so when we look about rescue plan implementation, while we definitely will be advising to put some of those funds out in the community, first, I think we have to resolve some of these long-standing issues that have plagued Augusta and leverage these funds to be able to give us some relief on our budget.
Agree. Thank you.
Any other questions?
This is more of a, I guess, a statement. When we given the 2% or whatever we giving each employee, I wonder how many people would be maxing out of their grades.
So that is a question that I don't have the answer to today, but I do know that our HR staff and fiscal partners have been looking at that. As a matter of fact, that slide that I highlighted from it is grades 1 through 11. It shows that increase. So we do not project, especially in this year, that they would be reaching those max. But that's why I said that part 2 is very important. I actually believe that once you get your salary study back, those categories and grades would be recommended that they be changed. And I'd imagine that you would have step increases versus simply having the grades, so that it gives you the flexibility to go up and down as you implement.
And I agree
Yes, ma'am.
that we're probably going to have to implement step increases in here. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question, if nobody else has any questions this time. You had, if I'm not, memory serves correct, I think on somewhere on one of the slides, I saw employees in about a little over 2,500. Is that the total organization, or that's the ones that's up under your authority?
Well, that's kind of a moving target. Remember, oh yes, under the authority are those that are impacted by this action. That's right. So it's those that are impacted by this action. But we have folks come and go and leave all of the time, and so that, what is it? I think the total was 2940 authorized or something of that nature, but all of them are not under the authority and eligible in this process.
And when it comes to, and I know that may be the term, right sizing the government, because many times we think about it in terms of salary. Is there any way that we can do from a department to see about the number of employees, and do we really need that many employees? And as a result of that, you can increase, take a, just say 25% of that and give to the current employees, and you save 75% of those particular salaries. So have we considered doing that as well?
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you, Augusta is a very big ship, a big elephant, I would say, and you gotta take one bite at a time in a year. I've had an opportunity to look, and I've seen some areas that, let's say, are unfunded. They've carried vacancies for long periods of time, but some of those are tied to state regulations. Others, you've got to have some type of vacancies because you don't collect all of your residential taxes, so you got to have those gaps to be able to cover. And so we will definitely coordinate that type of assessment. But truthfully, FY21 is not the year to do that. I would see it as in FY22, when we do the salary survey, we get the step increases. We understand what the alignment of government should be. That's just a recommendation. Then from there, we actually have to do the work to say, hey, looking at how this is aligned, this department may need to grow a little bit. This one may need to be reduced. You haven't filled your vacancies in 2 years, or et cetera. Can we move these folks onto the state roles, et cetera, et cetera? It's a lot of moving pieces. And so the short answer is, have we looked at it? Yes. Have we resolved it? No, sir. And I would not expect to do so. I want to make sure I stay that on the record too, until at least the middle of FY22.
Okay. Yeah. With that, you wanted to receive this information, right, Mr.
Yes, sir. And you know that this is how we'll be implementing, and we'll make sure that now that you've been notified, we'll also notify our staff so that they know the process for which they'll receive these payments.
Okay. Can I get a motion to receive this information, or with information with me with no objection?
So moved.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
We had some heavy stuff, man. Got a lot of good. We through. They don't know what to do with this stuff. Seems like you've been in a whole day, though.
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned. They want me to say that for the record.